And there we go. We are live. Welcome back. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream, part two for our wonderful March the 12th of 2025. And BMAT gets the cookies. He was a first one in. Kathleen is on board. Welcome. And Roger and Barbara and the Hermione and Pepper and Tom and Sue, of course. Sarah is here. Welcome all of you. Rachel is here. BMAT got the cookies. Yep. Henry is on board. And let's see. We got Sarah. I think that's everyone for now. As people are continuing to move on in, that is awesome. And welcome on board, everyone. And good to have you all here. So very, very cool. And we'll get at a whole bunch of stuff after the break. But for right now, I'm just getting part two going. And we're going to go for the break. And then when we come back from the break, we'll do bacon seeds. And we'll go from there. Came in like number 18. Awesome. Thank you for hitting that. Rolly Fingers says, I'm going to have to watch Sabres lose another game if you don't make this thing erupt soon. Well, I can't make it erupt. The donkey can, but I can't, Rolly, unfortunately. But Rolly, you want to see the Sabres lose again? I heard they weren't doing so well. Barbara, how could you forget? You can do it. Just believe. Absolutely. Everybody say, I believe. I believe. Erupt. Erupt. Please erupt. From a Sunny's event. Please erupt. That would be awesome. Wow, over 350 earthquakes. Yeah, 360. All good. Yeah, we're hoping. We're hoping it's going to pop soon, you guys. Anyway, I am going to go take that break. And hang in there, everyone. We'll have all kinds of other stuff after the break. So don't go away. I'm your host, Dr. Fox 2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream, part two. And hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. And I'll be back after the break. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs and the 5x5 from BMAT. And welcome, Peter. And thank you, Henry, and King Colin, and Sue, and the Martian has landed. Welcome. And Kathleen and Barbara. I think we got everyone. Lizoid is there too. Sharon Stewart here too. I don't know if Sharon's here. Sharon, are you here? Hang on, it's Wednesday. It's supposed to be singing night for Sharon. I don't know if they're singing up any melodious tunes or not. It was a long computer study day today. Wow. Okay, well, did you learn too much? I find if you sit in a classroom way too long, that everything after about 4 hours just bounces off and it doesn't stick anymore. Don't know what autocorrect was thinking. I don't know either. Auto incorrect. You mean? Anyway, folks, glad to have everyone on board here, and thanks for stopping in. Of course, we are noticing that massive swarm down on the end of the Reykjanes Peninsula, and of course, it is got quite a few quakes. We're somewhere almost at 380 there. 375 or something like that. It's hard to see on. Yeah, it's 375. That is quite a few quakes in all of Iceland, but a majority of them are there, and the majority of them are within the last 12 hours. So that is pretty amazing. Probably about 300 in that vicinity alone. Lots of quakes. Anyway, let's get over to the bacon seeds because that's what is next on the agenda. 92 in the last 3 hours. Yep, and that is about right, Peter. And Sarah, Sarah said hello. Okay, got it. I'm doing bacon seeds. This is our last guy standing in front of Woody in the background, and that was from yesterday. And of course, I already showed that other picture for today. But this guy looks like he was having some ice cream, and he's licking the rest of it off. I think he needs a hogwash, though. He's kind of dirty. So probably wouldn't hurt to give him a good hogwash. But you know how it is. Some of these guys, they're all the same. Earpod. Yeah, I noticed that too. He's got one of those yellow ones. And that must be a popular color for them. A lot of them. Oh my God, this guy's sticking his tongue out too. He needs to get his tongue washed and his ears. There's dirty spots on his ears and on his snout popper. Definitely more, more hog washing. I hope the next one doesn't have his tongue hanging out. Photoshopped. Sarah, of course it is. That's how it works. It's a fake dirt and fake ears and fake pigs and a fake tongue. And yeah, this is not Photoshop though. This is a beautiful, resting little piggy, and he's laying on a concrete slab. The sun probably hit that slab and kept it warm for him, so that's why he's sleeping there, little guy. And he's got a buddy beside him. Here's some more in that same place. And yep, you see a forward and a backward view of one there. Very cool and very interesting. And just a little bacon seeds. Let's get to the next one. And here is another one, and he's a little bit more on the orangey side, I guess. Looking like he's laying there ready to pounce, ready to give you that snout bop if you don't behave. So be careful. That's dangerous animals. Those little snout boppers can hurt. And the next one is just this dude looking over the fence, going, "Hey, what you doing over there?" AI ears. I don't think this is AI. Well, the other one, I don't know. Lizoid, it's hard to say. It's really, really hard to say. Even this one here, I kind of look at the ears, and I have to wonder, is this an AI image as well? Because it just doesn't quite look right, especially in the ears. If you look at the veins in the ears, just Spock ears, yeah, a little too perfect. I think so too. I think that might be a fake picture. Here's a one that looks a little bit more real. These guys definitely need a little bit more food, and they need a better place to be. That is a pretty tight area there for them. They need space to romp around in. Let's get to our next bacon seed. Skinny, yeah, they need more meat. And here's another small one sniffing the other one. These don't look quite so skinny, but still little guys here. We can see an extra ear behind there. I think there's three of them here. And guitar covers and originals by LD. Hi, Doc, and welcome. Good to see you. One strip of bacon. Yeah, that's the problem. There's only one. We need multiples. And next one is these ones, of course. And they're not looking too bad. They do need some hog washing, though. They're out in the wild. And we got varying colors, everything from ginger and chocolate to black to black and white and white and black. Pretty cool. Leonard. Okay. I hope you're doing well, Leonard. And yeah, you've been you doing more originals, or you're doing more covers. I should go check your channel out again. I've been so busy, so I haven't had much time to go snooping around. Next one is supposed to be our last one, but we always kind of go overboard with stuff. These guys are not AI. They are definitely in the mud, and they're definitely cute little bacon seeds, and very, very cool. Let's move to the next one, and that is our first bonus bacon seed. And look at these happy little guys, all smiles and stuff. A lot of electric stuff. I've been busy as well, Doc. Okay, cool. Well, as long as you're, enjoying what you're doing and making some money at it, hopefully, that would be a good learn. Anyway, let's see the next one. It's our first hat, and Henry, this hat is, I think, more Oktoberfestish, uh, if you will. And that it's a Bavarian. Yep, a good hat. I thought it was a real cool one. And the last one on the list was this one that I found. Now I know the pig head there is a fake, but this is the what is it? A black pig meat company, and don't let anyone see you wearing that hat. Okay, that is not going to work very, very well. If a piggy sees you wearing that, you may end up being part of the slop, if you know what I'm saying. Um, you know, I remember the old saying: "There won't be much left of you if you get into the pig pen and die." They will enjoy it. Uh, anyway, so Yeah, revenge is always sweet, right? Careful where you are on the food chain. But it's all good. Let's leave the bacon seeds, and thank you, Piggy, for sending those wonderful bacon seeds in. And thank you for that 3 minute warning there, Sue. And yeah, getting back to our big stuff here, looking at the amount of earthquakes. We can actually go over to that earthquake map there. 381 now in the last 24 hours. Okay, and out of that, a majority of them, oh, I have to change that, are in the last little while here. Hang on, oh, we've got to get on the right map. We're going to go to the 12-hour mark, and 353 in the last 12 hours. Okay, so the other ones, we only had like 40 more quakes, 30 more quakes in the other 12 hours. So basically, yeah, not really that much. We'll leave it on the 12-hour map for now, but that's all cool. And I do have microquakes turned on as well. So if you see some really little ones in there, that's what's going on. The ones with the minus sign. So all cool. Let's go take that break though. And then we want to get Hawaii going again. Just give it a little kick there, and away we go. So, those Egan is here. Welcome, and yeah, those good people who are here. If you haven't yet bopped that like button, give it a quick shot. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, consider subscribing. And I am going to go grab another little bit of a break, and let's see if we can get you some tunes that aren't too long here. We'll just let this stuff play. We'll go from here. And yeah, I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX. I'll be back after a few. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You are watching the VolcanoX live stream. And welcome. Thanks for the welcome back, sir, from Egan and Sue. Tango Mango. I did it backwards. I knew I was going to do that. And thanks there, King Colin and Dave Zobel Jr. Here. Welcome and thank you. And thanks, Kathleen, and welcome as well. And wow, got lots of stuff happening here. And thank you, BMAD, for that 5x5. And Mars 2028 is here. Andre, welcome and thank you. And thanks, Barbara and Hermione and Fluffy and Teresa. And Egan throws in a gift, a membership. Thank you, Egan. And appreciate the support for the stream. A gifted one. And congratulations to Kayla Jones for getting that. That is awesome. I don't know if Kayla's here or not, but that might stir some more interest. All right, let's get to the stuff here, though. Thanks, everyone, for the welcome backs and getting back to this earthquake stuff. Now, I know people are getting excited, and rightly so, looking at the swarm of quakes. We haven't seen a swarm this intense for a while. And of course, what Andre just mentioned here is that they're going to stage. Where was it that he said that? I was going to look here. It was the chat's moving pretty fast today. So, okay. Hi, everyone. Given the swarm is still ongoing, I've spoken with my ISAR unit. We've decided to stage at the station. So in case of a magma run, and we'll be first ones to respond. Awesome. And quite frankly, that is a very good plan there, Andre. What I'm kind of considering here, when we look at this, and majority of this is supposed to be on a tectonic basis. So if it is, in fact, plates sliding past each other and causing these rumbles, and the other thing to remember is if the plate is moving here, it's also moving over here, okay, and in here. And this, depending on how badly it's stuck, we'll see some releases along the plate boundary. And that is the important part. And you look further out, we don't see, further in, we don't see too much on the plate boundary. So all the pressure is here. And I'm wondering if something is pushing up against it right now on this end. It could be the fact that we had those other larger quakes out here before, and that may have allowed some pressure to be released to the north of this area, and it could have been either one of the plates that slipped a little bit, and then we end up with the whole thing kind of cascading, and it looks like we've just had another 1.2 there, and it is just ongoing. Okay, so it's not stopping. The 1.2 right in here. So whatever's happening, it's doing its thing, and no lava as of yet on one fish. And the thing is, what I'm referring to here is we're seeing all this. We just had another 1.5 pop up as well. So ongoing. That means that there is a tension being either released or added into the plate boundary, and we could see something happening over here. The interesting part, of course, is seeing this south of the bottom end of Fragile Fjord. Really, we're seeing a little bit of the microquakes happening in that area, and a little bit of an eastward movement here. kind of scary when you get right down to it. If it pops here, it will create and cause a burden for the berm in this area, especially, if we get something right close to the berm and it starts pushing and it may overflow. The depth of that lava there is already, berm height. So if it builds really quickly, we could see some problems. So that's something to consider. And all, well, I won't say all good, but that's it's not a good scenario if that happens. Now, the possibility of an eruption down here at the end in this swarm, is it a possibility that we'll see something opening up? I doubt it, but anything is possible, so we can't rule that out 100%. We can probably rule it out 99%, but no 100%. So that's something to consider because this is tectonically based right now and not magma pushing up underneath. So it's a little different. And that is something to consider. 64 and not bad for weeknight. Yeah. Well, I'm happy that you're all here, and I'm also happy that we're seeing this. This may be the prelude that we need to get this eruption in gear. But I think we're still a little bit premature. We're going to have to watch and see what happens with this. In the last 12 hours alone, we've got 375 quakes, and the majority of them are here. So this is something to consider. And now we are still seeing some bigger ones. They got a 2.5 that happened about 25 minutes ago. 5.1 clicks down. For him, 2.3 there, 1.1 kilometer down from a 2350, and magnitude 2, 1.1 clicks down, 28 minutes after midnight, so 20 minutes ago. Okay. A 2.4, a little bit older. That was from the other onslaught at 1456, and the 2 in there, 1.1 clicks down, and this is 2341, and the other 2.4 there, 1.1 clicks down, and that was with the previous episode. Again, just to reiterate what we were seeing on the Grindavik chart, and I'm trying to get myself over there. So the massive spike, I'm going to refresh this, and we'll just make sure we're up to date. So this is where that onslaught took off there between 14 and 1500 hours, 14 to about 1600 hours, I guess. And here's where we're seeing our next spike, and you can see that right up to the top. So this is what is being felt at Grindavik, and that Grindavik sensor just south of Thorbjorn. And of course, we're not seeing any rise in our magmatic, which is a purple color here, or in the seismicity, the green. But the blue, the tectonic, and definitely shooting back up and indicating that we've got some plate boundary movement there. And that is what we've got going on. So going back to our multi-screen, let's we're going to veer away from this. We're going to go over to Mexico, I think, is our next port of call, and we'll have a look at it. I know Hawaii stopped, but that's okay. And let's see, we'll go to Mexico. All right, real quick, Popocatépetl degassing as normal. Clouds in there earlier, minor degassing, and then a bad visibility. Going back in the day, earlier in the morning, 9:53, not seeing too much material coming out. And that's 8:42, not much there. And this is just about 7 a.m. and just after a sunrise. No snow on here, or very little, and a little bit of a degassing. So nothing much happening there. That's all the way back 6:50 a.m. Let's leave it be. That is the current condition there now at Popocatépetl, 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City. Let's go make that one smaller. We'll go to our next one. This is not available. Why is that not available? Colima. Well, it was Colima. Colima's not doing anything anyway. We'll skip over that. Fuego. This is down in Guatemala. What happened? My stream was available. Now it's not. It's telling me to log back in. Why is it doing that? Just give me a second here. Why is it doing this to me now? Log back in. Okay. And now it says a stream and not available. It kills me. Yep, it really does. Yep. Now let me log out again and see if it shows up. That'll be hilarious. Let's go back. I can click on that. Yeah. This is the silliest thing ever. If I log in and log back out, it shows up, and there it is, Fuego, and that is in Guatemala, Central America. A lot of a cloud right now, unfortunately. Going back a little bit more, we see a little bit of activity here from the top of the caldera, but not anything really wild here. We're just seeing a little bit of a degassing. I did say that it was supposed to have been busy this morning again, and I didn't see any of that evidence this morning either. So this is all the way back to 9:50 a.m. Mind you, they probably restarted the stream at it was 5 a.m. or so. Separate report. Yeah, we'll have a look at that. Separate report. Fuego. And there it is. Okay. All right. Let me see if I can get that onto the other map here. And I need to change this one. And we'll get it over there. Loading page. Why am I having to be patient? Okay, there we go. Pretty picture. Copious ash emissions and lava fountains from the summit of Fuego on the 10th of March. So that was actually 2 days ago. That's what they were talking about. But yeah, looked pretty cool. And there you can see nice little plume, and that is awesome. And let's see, this is unrelated. This is a different volcano. That's Mount Etna. Let's leave that, and those pictures look much better when they're bigger. So the Institute of Nacional de Seismo, whatever. Oh boy, I don't speak that language. Okay, reported that the volcano entered a high level of activity on the 10th of March. Strong eruptive episodes known as paroxysms took place atop the summit, characterized by impressive columns of lava. Lava jets surpassed the height of 500 meters above the vent, producing bright lava bombs, showering the upper edifice in the form of glowing avalanches in several directions. Hot fluid blebs coalesced, thereby forming lava flows as well. So lots of interesting stuff there. Rich, ash-rich and gray plumes reached 6,000 meters. That would be about 18,000 feet. 20,000 feet, close to that altitude, and had been spread about 100 to 120 kilometers to the northwest of the volcano. Several small pyroclastic flows were reported, mostly traveling to Sikachut, following rock falls and glowing avalanches. The volcano returned back to the ground levels, producing small strombolian to volcanic explosions, and that is about it. And let's see, is this Twitter content? They got a video. Oh, let's make that bigger. Here's your Twitter comments, and that's some of the action there. Yeah, that wasn't too bad, was it? A little bit of lava showering, and that is actually pretty darn nice. That looks gorgeous. Ooh, ooh, did you hear that? That was somebody shooting. Uh, anyway, let's leave that be before we get in trouble with Twitter or X or whatever it is. We're going to close that. And that looked pretty cool. But yeah, it gives you a little bit of probably ice. No, Egan, there's no ice up there on that one. That was probably an eruptive um, pop, like an explosion. So that's what it would sound like up there. And yeah, there's no ice up on top of Fuego. It's too warm there. Fuego, Amorite. Possibly Amorite up there, but it is a nasty. Fuego can do some awesome things, and it is absolutely a splendid volcano to keep an eye on. So, yeah, wherever this vantage point is, I would love to know because I'd like to see it from there. I don't have any inclination of ever wanting to climb up here and take photos of it because of exactly this type of activity. I'll be happy over here, maybe, uh, but even that would be risky. You'd have to bring a gas mask. That is a pretty heavy duty ash pluming, as well as the eruptive activity. And now that has ceased, right? So that's something that we have to consider. Anyway, let's see. We'll leave that guy on here, and we'll go back over to that page. That is the current activity. Well, no, that's actually not current, but that was this morning's activity at Fuego. And let's put it back to current conditions. And they do have a bunch of cloud here covering everything up, and we're not seeing any pluming whatsoever above the caldera. So all good that way. The other ones, real quick, we have no visibility at Rincon de la Vieja. Too cloudy there. It is in Costa Rica in the rainforest. The other one is a Poaz crater. It's also in Costa Rica in the rainforest, but they have moonlight lighting up the wonderful crater itself, and you can see that degassing happening there. Awesome view. And for nighttime, it is 1858 there, or 7 p.m. So that is pretty cool. And of course, you can see the lake down here. It almost looks like the lake got a little bit of extra water level came up. It wasn't quite so high, and our island here is gone. The Pardon me. What I used to call the boat dock, that's now flooded out. So kind of makes a guy wonder. So what do we got going on here? All of a sudden, we got an increase in level there within the crater, but it looks like the crater might be sinking or something. Blood moon eclipse tomorrow. Okay, Mimi and Blaze, and welcome. Hey, I haven't seen you for a while. I hope you're doing well. And let's go to our next one. This is Villarica, and I just refreshed it. And this is Villarica in Chile. And of course, we're not seeing a heck of a lot. It looks like a little bit of degassing from the volcano as time goes here, and then it gets into a nighttime. So we'll watch that one more time here as it goes through, and you'll see the degassing along here. A little bit of there goes smoke coming out of there. All right, or gases in this case. Let's go to the next one, and we'll take a look. I'm going to refresh this. This is yesterday's, and there we go. We even have some degassing happening at Lascar volcano, and that is the image of Lascar. So it is throwing out some bad gas. So we'll see more activity from that one, and that is nice to see. Lascar is in Chile. Let's go and take a look at the other one, and I don't think there's anything happening there, but that is a Puehi Cordon Cuye, aka Chicken Cordon Bleu, and doing its thing, and not much. Let's leave that one be. It is time for me to go take a break, folks. So we're going to put you back over here and to the multi-screen, and we're going to get the other things going. And yeah, keep your eyes on your fries, especially there in Iceland with the quakes. Just about 400 now in the last 12 hours alone for all of Iceland. Majority of those down on the Reykjanes Peninsula, down very, very close to the edge. Actually, if we go in here, you can see what I'm referring to. Most of it right in here. We'll leave it on the big screen so we can see, well, we'll leave it on the multi, but we'll leave it zoomed out for now so we can see the other areas are getting more quakes as well. All right, I'm going to go take that break. Please, if you have not yet, hit that like button, give it a quick pop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Here's some music. I'll be back. got the microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. I forgot how to count. Well, if you hold up your left hand and you count those 6 digits, you might have been close. Oh, all good. Emoji jail next time. You better watch yourself, Dave. She's got an eye on you now. You're in trouble. Tango Mango 99 will take you out. What if I had 6 fingers? Well, I'm not going there. Oh. Oh boy, that'll be cool. Uh, yeah, it's one of those things. It's like my buddy had a cat with um, uh, was it 6 digits on one paw and 7 digits on the other front paw, and it was really weird looking, and that was kind of freaky. Order a double shot espresso for a Tango Mango. All right, I get confused after too. Oh boy. Yeah, I know it's pretty hard there, Dave. The next one, just think of a tree and you'll come up with the magic three. It's okay, and we'll let you get away with it this time, but watch out. She's keeping an eye on you. You wouldn't want to get timed out for 10 seconds or something like that. And that'd be horrible. That's like an eternity. Let's continue on with our volcanoes now. We had a look at the stuff in Central and South America. I want to take us right over to Japan right off the bat, and we'll go get our ice cream and get things done. The ice cream boat is in. Get your ice cream now because that ice cream boat is going to be taken off. Doc, don't you dare put a maple syrup on a coffee. No, Andre, that is not allowed. Nor bacon into my coffee. And neither one of those are allowed. Sue, while you're there, grab me a tiger tail, please. I'll be good with that today. Thank you. And let's see. Um, yeah. Let's see. Okay. No maple syrup in your coffee. I use international coffee flavor hazelnut for mine. I like it a lot. It's a wonderful stuff. All right, let's look at that. So in the background, Sakurajima, the volcano, looking like it is pluming to the north there a little bit. Let's get a little closer view. What do you mean unavailable? Let me sign out again. Let me just refresh that and see if that comes back. Or if it, oh, there it is. Oh, it is available with me. Now it's changed. That kills me. Anyway, there it is, looking not bad, not too much degassing going on. We see a little bit clearer earlier, and that's a 6 something in the morning, 6:43. Getting into the nighttime shots here, looking, and we see some minor degassing, but and a low-level fog moving in, and unable to see what was going on earlier. We see a little bit more degassing, just a general degassing, no glow as such, and we usually see a fairly good, healthy glow. Thank you, Sue, for the tiger tail. Appreciate that. And going back a little more, we don't see too much there. A little bit more of that fog hanging around. Just general degassing, so nothing too crazy or wild happening there at Sakurajima right now. Let's make that one smaller. We'll go over to the next one. I got to refresh this one as well. There we go. Is it available? No, it's not available, so I'll have to log out and log me back in on the next one. And let's see if we can spot that now. Oh yeah, sure. And it's just a ploy to put the commercials in. I know it. I know it. And there it is. And there we see our wonderful vent there at Aso. Aso is in Japan, about 200 kilometers north of Sakurajima, so north of the south end of the island. And Aso, of course, is a large supervolcano that is only got this one active vent that I know of. And that is what's happening there. It's 25 kilometers by 19 kilometers in size, whereas this is only maybe a quarter of a kilometer in length. So fairly small in comparison to the physical size of the actual volcano. And not too much happening there. Going back in time, they too had some fog there earlier, and it was hit and miss. You can see that same kind of fog rolling through, and the nighttime views. You can see just a little plume there, not that much degassing. And getting back, it was further back, had more fog. Anyway, that's the current condition there at ASO. And let's have a look at Asama. And of course, it's not available. Let's see. Why? Why does it do that? And now that I'm not signed in, it's showing it. Lots of snow on Asama volcano. Asama is approximately 100 kilometers west northwest of Tokyo, and that is what we're seeing there. So pretty awesome. Lots of snow going back in time. We see some degassing from the top of the caldera, and not that much earlier on. If we get back into the nighttime shot, that is with the moonlight, beautiful moonlight lighting things up, and we can see the small plume and the wonderful white snow all the way through there. And then earlier, of course, the cloud. Let's put that back on live, and I will make that one smaller. And I go back here for a second. I'm still logged in on this page, so this is pretty cool. The other ones I have to log out to view them. Ice cream boat still in there doing its thing. So if you haven't got your ice cream yet, go grab some ice cream and do your thing. And we will go over to our next one real quick. That is over to Merapi. And I've signed back into this one. Team meeting, I'll be back. Okay, Andre, no worries. Yep, plan things out. And the technically anywhere along the plate boundary is where you got to watch out for. Um, so just to the northeast of Greenwich, that might be a potential place for the new eruption. So keep that in mind. Anyway, let's go here. And that is my synopsis anyway on it. And we will go over to our next port of call, and that will be onto some commercial that is happening as we speak. And the video is unavailable. Oh, yeah, sure. Let's refresh first and see. Oh, is it? No, it's not. I'll have to log out again. Oh man, I hate doing that. And let's click that back button. And now we get to a weeds control. Okay. We can see the weeds control. Let's go take a look at this as soon as we get through this gauntlet of foolish commercials. There we go. We have it up 6:57 a.m. There at Merapi, Central Java, Indonesia, going back in time and looking for lava. And I'm just trying to scan through real quick to see if there were any reasonable flows. And I don't see a heck of a lot. We do see just little tiny bits, and you can see the little lava bombs heading down the hill. I wanted to go back just a little bit. Where is that? Right about here. And there we see a streak of bacon. And you can see on the IR cam lots of boulders are coming down. So this is definitely block lava material that's coming down there, and as it's tumbling, it's basically breaking apart the blocks, kind of little explosions, and lighting things up, especially in the IR cam. But yeah, streaks of bacon coming down the side of Merapi in central Java, Indonesia. So a beautiful view, and moonlit at that. And you can see on the graph here that volcanic tremor perked up quite a bit, and now is basically dropping down again with that lava flowing. And you can see some of these are pretty wild explosions here. And this one broke apart big time. That is awesome, you guys. Very, very cool. Going back a little bit more, there's some more little ones in here. Nothing really crazy, but you see the little streaks of lava coming down the hill. And looking for more bigger ones. There was one in here somewhere that we got to find, and that is the start of the glow here. Let's see if we can spot it. And it split apart again, coming out in block lava form, breaking up and going down the hill and making much larger areas of visible light there, as well as IR light or heat in this case. So looking at that, that is pretty cool. And again, looking at the graph down here, you see the volcanic tremor as it's now dying out. So that's the rumble down the hill. And do we have anything else there? Looking, well, you're eating your ice cream. I don't see anything else that was worthy of looking at. Let's put this back to live. And that is right what it looks like right now. Let's make that smaller. And we'll take a look and see if Madam Rutsa has anything new on Taal. And no, we do not see anything new on Taal volcano. So let's move on to our next port of call. And this is out to New Zealand. And New Zealand, of course, we have the wonderful Taupo. And a Taupo caldera for Taupo is the lake. That is where the volcano is, and it is a super volcano. We hope it never pops. And in the background here, you can see Mount Ruapehu. That's the one hiding behind this hill here, the one, the taller one in the back, and that looks pretty awesome. And let's see. Temperature 68 Fahrenheit, 20 Celsius, winds blowing from the southwest at 7 miles an hour or 11 kilometers an hour, and current humidity of 41%. So that is what we got happening there, and that looks pretty awesome. We like that. Let's go make that smaller though. This shot courtesy of the Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. Please and enjoy it if you ever have to go there. That'd be a good place to stay and have a wonderful view of several volcanoes, as well as the flea market if you're there on the Sunday, right? And you can get your own fleas. Just think, that'd be so much fun. Should I walk a short distance to get cookies, or walk a far distance to get ice cream? Well, that is depends on how far you got to go. Meeting over, more people coming soon. ISAR members. Oh, cool. And more ISAR members is always helpful, especially if you have stuff that needs to get done, and very important. I see Merapi is spinning like a whiz wheel. Let's put us back over here to our multi-view though, and while we're looking at that, let me get us back on there. Actually, I was thinking of just popping over to the earthquake map again, We are now at 406 quakes in the last 12 hours. Okay, so 406 in the last 12 hours. And let's see if we zoom in here. What are we seeing now? The latest one is a 1.4 happened at 1:22 a.m. There, and it's 5.4 kilometers down. And that seems to be the common depth here, 5.3 clicks. This one is 7.6, 4.5, 5.1, 5.3, 5.6. A little further out, we're seeing a 9. This 3.5 is 5.2 clicks down. And then the other bigger ones that were out here past LD, there was a bunch as well. And they're progressing a little further south now from the looks of things. This 2.5, 23 minutes after midnight. This one was from 15:31, so the earlier event. This one was just close to midnight as well, but that's only 1.1 kilometer down. This one also a 1.1 click down from 28 minutes after midnight. Always have to wonder at the depths of some of those are very, very interesting. So majority of this is believed to be all a tectonic movement. So it's not a surprise to see that. And as I mentioned previously there, we had that big 6.5 up here at Jan Mayen. Then we had a multitude of other quakes. There was a couple more in the 4 range there. Then we had a 5 point something over here, the 3. And then if you recall, not too long ago, we had some at Bardabunga. And we also had this 5.1 down here near Torfayoko, and kind of squished in between Katla and Torfayoko. And then, of course, now seeing this stuff here, it's kind of working its way down with the pressure relief. And of course, with every action, there is always some sort of a reaction. So if you're getting a quake here, that is either adding or decreasing pressure on something. That means somewhere else is going to be changing its values, and there's always something. Regarding Jan Mayen, IMO's monitors Jan Mayen on behalf of the Norwegian Met Office. I didn't know that. That is interesting, Andre. Very, very cool. All right, so it is basically a time for me to go take a break. And I will do so when we come back from the break. We will do our volcano report, and then we will get at whatever time with some earthquakes around the world. So a volcano report is sizable but not too big, so we will get at that. Let's get us back on our multi-view here for the interim, and make sure all of the screens are moving. There we go. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Please bop that like button if you haven't done that yet. Also subscribe if you have not yet subscribed. On that friendly note, I will be back after a few songs, and here we go. We'll spin the old wheel and see what we get. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs there from Hermione and possibly Fluffy and Barbara and Kananaska's country and everyone else. And good to see you back here, Yvonne. And thanks, BMAT, for the 5x5. And thank you, Sue. So, yeah, let's continue to keep at it. I see the numbers are going up pretty steadily. Thanks, Mars. We are now at 413 quakes there in Iceland in the last 12 hours alone. And the majority of them down there on the tip of the Reykjanes Peninsula. And that is pretty awesome. Oh, Fluffy is there as well. Awesome. Cool. So anyway, I'm going to leave that on the screen. We did say that we were going to do the volcano report next, and here it comes. So late Tuesday's volcanic activity, we had 5 volcanoes on that list. Starting out with Popocatépetl, central Mexico. Volcanic ash emissions detected to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters, reported at 2115. Next is Semeru, East Java, Indonesia. A volcanic ash eruption reported at 2145. And next one is Reventador in Ecuador. Intermittent volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 2215. And next is Ibu, Halmahera Island, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 2230. And Luotabai, Laki, also in Indonesia, on Flores Island. And that's a volcanic ash erupted, reported at 2,300. So that's all of yesterday's. And for today, we have 11 volcanoes on our list. Starting out with Santiaguito in Guatemala. Possible volcanic ash emissions reported at 1:30 a.m. Then occasional volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 1,300 and again at 1950. And next is Dakono, Halmahera Island, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters, reported at 3 a.m. and at 15:15 or 3:15 p.m. Next one, Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia. New volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 3 a.m. Then new volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters, reported at 11:15. Next is the separate email from Fuego. We already had a look at that. And we also had a quick look at the Kilauea report. And next one on the list again is Popocatépetl in central Mexico. Ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters, reported at 6:15 a.m. Next one, Canlaon in the volcano in the Philippines. Eruption to 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters, reported at 8 a.m. And Luotabai of Laki, Flores Island, Indonesia, back in there again for today. And that was a volcanic ash to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters, reported at 8:30 a.m. and again at 14:45 or 2:45 p.m. Next is Semeru, East Java, Indonesia. Volcanic ash, eruption reported at 9:45. So no volcanic ash reported. Okay, eruption. I guess that's close enough. Reventador in Ecuador. Ongoing volcanic ash emissions reported at 9:45 a.m. Then volcanic ash emissions likely to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 18:45. And next one, Ibu, Halmahera Island, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters, reported at 10:30. And that is it for our report. Thank you, Sue, for sending that in. We had a look at Kilauea and Fuego earlier as far as that was concerned. Looked pretty awesome for both of those. And we have another new quake there in Iceland again. And that one makes it 414 now in the last 12 hours. So they're stacking up, and all cool. And let's see. Let's leave Iceland though for a few minutes, and we're going to go and take a look at our, if I can find it in my hamster, our Oh Snap page. You guys know which one that is, and that's this guy. And there we go. Looking at our earthquakes. First off, looking at the North American continent, and I'm thinking we got some shift happening in the North American continent because I see this up here. This is interesting. Kamchatka Peninsula, we didn't have anything, and that's all quiet. And this one is a 5.0 near Point Hope. And did that have any tsunamis? No tsunami warning. Okay, got rid of that real quick. So that happened at 11:29 today, or basically 11:30, 38.5 kilometers down. And that is out here in the Bering Strait, really. And yeah, hopefully everything is good up there. Looking along the Aleutian Islands here, we see this little guy, 3.6 near Adak, Alaska, and, or sorry, Adak, yeah, Adak, not Adak, Ad, Ad, Adak, Adak, Adak. Say it right, right. Okay, fine. No, China is where this one is, a 3.0. I'm not going to worry about that. Looking at the rest of North America, though, we don't see anything all the way up to the top. But before we get too carried away here, we see this little guy. And north of, what is it, forever, Nanya, Zamolia. Wherever that is almost at the North Pole. Why don't they just write down earthquake at the North Pole? And that is 4.4 in magnitude. And it's rare that we see quakes way up here, but that was from 341. And I'm wondering if that is a direct result of this action here, which of course is on that same fault line. So maybe the Eurasian plate is moving as well, or is it just the North American plate? Okay, back to sleep here. See you later. And fire and ice. Adak. Okay. I got it. Adak. 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 Yvonne, and get some rest. And hopefully you have a good day at work. And we'll keep an eye on the shakers. Anyway, let's continue on here. We'll go take a look at the rest of North America real quick. Seeing a little bit of a subduction still going on over here. The Juan de Fuca plate, of course, sliding under the North American plate. 3.2 near Petrolia, 6:26 a.m., 4.7 kilometers down for that. This 2.2 at the Bidwell, not going to worry about that. Seeing a bunch of little quakes all the way along the San Andreas, which is a good thing. And nothing major or nothing exciting on the eastern side of North America. Getting down here into Central America. First one I'm going to grab is this one. Near the Cayman Islands, this is a 4.2. Remember, we had some sizable quakes in here about 3 weeks or a month ago. Anyway, this one from 1,310 kilometers down for that guy near the Cayman Islands. This is right by El Salvador, a 4.1 from 1336, and that is 35 kilometers down. This other one is Nicaragua, a 4.3 from yesterday at 21:59 or 58, well, 59, close enough. 126.4 or 0.1 kilometers down, not point 0.4. And looking at the Cocos Plate, Nazca Plate, nothing new there. Sliding down a little bit more, we see a 4.1 northern area of Chile from 11:12 today, 95.6 kilometers down. The other one in Argentina, 4.2 from 1753 today, 175.5 kilometers down. And nothing out in the South Sandwich Islands. Looking along the Antarctic rise, and don't see anything else there. Quick peek into New Zealand. Nothing new there. Hopefully everything here in the Cook Strait has calmed down a bit. Nothing in the Kermadec Island region. Nothing in Tonga. Nothing in the American Samoas. Nothing in Fiji. Nothing in Vanuatu. Nothing in Papua New Guinea. Wow. Eastern Indonesia, though, we have a few. We got a 4.6, and that is from 4:55 a.m. our time, 10 kilometers down. The other one, Banda Sea area, Timor-Leste region, 4.9, and that's 6:51 a.m., 133.5 kilometers down. Moving along, nothing in Java, and Sumatra is looking pretty good, but we get to the northern part here. We see two quakes, a 4.8, Nicobar Island region of India, I guess, 4:02 a.m., 10 kilometers down, and the other bigger one, a 5.9 from yesterday at 23:42, 10 kilometers down. So the little guy is the aftershock. And not a surprise to see that going up the rest of the way. We don't see anything else on that fault or the one in Myanmar. Moving along a little bit more, over here, Halmahera Island, this funny looking thing. And this is a 4.8. That happened at 17:32, 116.7 kilometers down. Next one is in, I guess they call that the, what the heck is it? The Philippines. How about that? 5.7, and that's a little ways out though, and fairly deep. 10 kilometers down, 9:09 a.m. for that quake. Nothing out here in Guam or the Marianas or Izu Island region, nothing like that. Nothing in Taiwan, nothing in the other islands either. So all quiet in Japan. They're having a good day. And looking at this, this is Kyrgyzstan, 4.6 from yesterday at 21:11. And that's 10 kilometers down. The other one is Tajikistan, 4.2 from 4:46 a.m., 10 kilometers down. Looking at Africa, we see an old one on Madagascar, and nothing new in Africa. Or what is it? The Fentil volcano here in the Awash area. No more quakes, so everything has gotten quiet there. I'm not seeing anything new in the Arabian micro plate. We have this little guy here up on the Aegean plate near Armenia, and that's a 2.3, very small. And now Piggy did mention she felt some shaking earlier, and that might have been small tremors that are not listed on the USGS. Typically, they only show 4 and above for that region. You have to look at one of the other sources to get something that shows the smaller ones. And nothing here in Sicily or Italy, with the exception of this guy. And this is always interesting. Bacoli, Italy. And we all know where that is, right? And anyone care for a little Fluegre Campi? And that is where that is located. And this is Mount Vesuvius and Fluegre Campi. And that is right in here. So that is a part of that caldera. and it is rumbling under there. It happened at 1825, 10 kilometers down. Hopefully, nothing more will become of that one. Just something settling. Moving along here, we don't see anything new out here in the Azores. And of course, the other quakes that we talked about here, that 6.5, and the other ones here was a 4.6 and a 4.0, and then we also have this 4.1 up here, and that, of course, being pressure point up there. That's again 9, and of course we see the quakes that we had, and of course this map won't show it, but they're basically down here in this vicinity, and I don't know how new their map is here. Actually, not too bad with the zoomed in version, but our Senuca crater row right in here, and we're hoping for a new eruptive activity. Boy, they got a better resolution on their stuff here. That's pretty awesome. And when we were talking about, actually, since you can kind of see it, we have those other quakes in this region over here. And when I was referring to Narkriki, this is this area, this region here. And Narkriki and Nathagi, and this is Nathagi from over here all the way through here, that valley. And of course, it started to leak when it was coming down here. It kind of breached the berm a little bit on that location, but it never got lava over here from the Ragnar eruptions. So, for it to migrate from the crater row, it wouldn't really take that much, because most of that has already been built up, and for it to overflow and continue and start to press this way is not unheard of. But still, I think the exception is going to be, and we're likely going to see something happen here. Here's that a big crack, and you can actually see it, the fault, and that's a real interesting point, sitting over here on Hagafell. And if that does go, and this depicts the berms here, if we get an overwhelming amount of lava here, yes, the berms are going to help for a while, but this was where that original berm breach was. You can see the outline of lava here. So that's something to consider. This shot, of course, was when there was still green stuff here. Of course, this has all been covered. So that's something to consider as well. Anyway, a lot more lava laying there for right now, but that is what our earthquake map is looking like today, and I hope that is all good. Yvonne, you're going back to bed, so she's gone. Fire and ice is in here, and let's see, fire and ice and memo. Whoa, big crack. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to show that crack. I know. It's a while. But yeah, that is that where we had all that pyro. No, what the heck was it? The ferromagmatic explosions, where we had basically groundwater in there, and the magma and the groundwater met inside the ground and started going kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. And we like that, but glad nobody got hurt with that stuff. All right, let's leave it there. Let's get us back over to the multi-view. I'll get those things going again. And when we come back from the break, we will do a very quick peek at SO2, and then we'll go from there. So for now, those good people who are here, yeah, I'm going to go take a break, and we'll come back after a few minutes, and we'll go through a quick SO2 tour around the world, and we'll do a very quick weather and then get us back to Iceland here to wrap everything up for today. And yeah, yeah, that is always interesting. It's amazing what you can discover with some of the views out there, Aunt Memo. You know, I'm a firm believer in aerial shots, and it's cool to be able to see some of that stuff. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break, you guys. Hit that like button and pop the subscribe if you haven't done that yet. And on that friendly note, why has that gone away? Oh, I have to probably log in and log out again. Why does it do that? No, let me refresh first, see if it comes back. And or it tells me a video not available. Okay, so if I log out on there, then the video becomes available. It's just really weird. Why does it do that? Oh, it's probably something with commercials that they're trying to sell. Ah, and there we go. I got that one back in there. Now got to sign back in on the other screen. It's lots of fun. I'm just looking at what I got to type here. And there we go. I want lava. And there we go. Oh, we're back in business. All right. Well, take a look at those. We lost the live view of Iceland. Where did you lose it? It's moving. I see it's there. Hey, Mars, are you up? Make sure you're live, okay? I'm gonna go for the break. Here's the music. Don't go away. More to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Please hit that like button. I'll be back. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream, and we are at 441 quakes in the last 12 hours. And they're in Iceland. That is an incredible amount of quakes. And yeah, thank you for the welcome backs there from Aunt Memo and Egan and Mars 2028 and Barbara and Kananaskis Country and Teresa and Sue. I'm working out, so sorry if I don't reply. Thank you, Buster Brown. And be careful at working out. Is that number gone up a little bit? Yeah, I think there's more quakes, but all good. Those quakes you see, most of that is a tectonic in a movement and in action. It's not magmatic, and we want to reiterate that. And not magmatic yet. Okay. Anything is possible, though. And this is something that we do have to realize and remember, that we are getting all kinds of movement, and anything can really happen if we continue to see these quakes, both small and larger ones. We may end up seeing some migration further to the northeast, of course. And when I say to the northeast, I'm referring to in this vicinity. And if we get some extra rumbling here, we may already have sufficient pressure to pop the cork, if you will. So, if we had one of those threes over here, I think we would be able to do it. So let's hope that we get a 3 or a 3.5 in there and pop that puppy open. And 443 quakes in the last 12 hours. That is an incredible amount, real quick. And we'll likely see more. Now, to be honest, that's not anywhere near the most quakes we've seen before. We have seen a lot more. We've seen well over 2,000 in 12 hours in Iceland before. So this is still, I mean, it's up and going now at 245, or sorry, 445, and we're still gaining momentum here. And the last one, last two were actually just little microquakes, but that is still they're there, and that's something that we have to consider. And this is all quakes, and that includes microquakes as well as all the visible ones that are out there. So all good. And yeah, let's get us over to other places of fun and joy. And we wanted to have a look at windy.com real quick. And this is a -4 Thursday. Snow, yeah, just what I need. A snow tomorrow. I got to go to Westlock. Well, at least Westlock's not that far away. And we're using windy.com. We select the more, um, what is it? A more options tab there, more layers, and we select that. And that is our SO2 map. We'll close that off. I'm just going to do a very, very fast go through here today. First off, we'll zoom into Hawaii. We noticed this kind of elongated. This was from our last eruption, and it really didn't show that much SO2. Kamchatka Peninsula is still producing quite a bit of SO2. And also down here, looking at the plume coming from Parameter Island, Ibuko is busy doing its thing. So that is important to note. And then we've got some stuff here in the interior of Russia. No idea where that is actually from or what it's going to end up doing. We do see quite a buildup in the northern areas of the planet. So the Arctic Ocean has got quite a bit, and it's actually getting over top of Canada and Greenland. Southern Greenland looks clear, and Alaska's got a couple clear patches, a little bit of a clear stuff in the Yukon and Northwest Territories. Otherwise, low to moderate levels in most places. BC is low to moderate as well. Low levels here in Alberta and Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Northern Ontario. We get a little heavier levels here in the eastern parts of the United States and Canada. This is very much so packed full of industrial stuff, as well as higher populations, of course. Not so bad in the areas of Newfoundland, and light levels here in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, those places. We see some spots open in, of course, the western U.S. Not too bad going all the way into BC here, but we're seeing this plume starting to happen here, and that is coming down from the north. And then, of course, we're going to have this other stuff coming in here right now. It looks like Hawaiian SO2 is hitting the Baja. A little further south, though, we have Mexico City, Popocatépetl, and Colima. And, of course, the rest of our friends here in Central America dumping their stuff into the Pacific. Not so much from Soufriere here in the Caribbean. And pretty normal for Colombia and Ecuador, even here in Peru from Sabancaya. And then going down here, we're seeing a little bit extra SO2 from Chile. Not a surprise. And then, of course, Rio still got a little bit there. Hardly anything from Michael Volcano. Not going to worry about that. Moving over, still some stray SO2 here. No idea where it's actually coming from. And looking at the White Isle volcano north of New Zealand, it is still being relatively active. Australia's pretty normal there with their cooking plants and the oil refinery. Tofua in Tonga, not bad. Vanuatu is still doing its thing. Papua New Guinea looks pretty normal. And Luotamai, Laki Laki, and Luotalak are both working on this. And then you've got a Semaru here, and that may also be some of the stuff coming from a Merapi as well. So both can be lighting that up. Unknown source for that one. This area here would be from Slamet, that volcano right there. And then Jakarta and Krakatau, of course, doing their thing. Pretty normal there for the rest of Sumatra, actually lighter levels, which is probably good for them. And going over here, looking at this region, Ibu and Dakono and Halmahera Island, and they are doing their nasty Canleon, even though it's erupting, not as much SO2 from it, and Mayon, and of course Taal right here on Luzon Island, both of them dumping out a lot of SO2 plus some extra from the population. And then we see out here in the Marianas, not that bad. We see the squiggle stuff from Hawaii ending up here, and some of that is going to curve north. Some of it's going to get dragged down in the trade winds here and end up being a little further south. Looking at Japan real quick, Subanoshijima right in here, doing its thing, and then not sure how much is coming from Sakurajima, but it also looks like we may have some from Kuchinuarabojima here as well. So that is those ones, and then ASO producing this. This is ASO right here, and producing that SO2 plume. And we see a Sama volcano's got his plume to the north of Tokyo. So Tokyo's generating that SO2 all by itself with the light levels around. Anyway, we get back to the Coral Islands and Paramashir Island being the heavier producer there today. And China doing its normal thing, and then no idea. Maybe there's some forest fires or something happening in Russia. I have no idea what could be going on there. And looking at India, polluted as always, same with Bangladesh and most of Pakistan. Light levels from Reunion Island, and then the gold smelting here in South Africa. Not so much from Nyamurugera and Nyiragongo in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And Urta Ale here in the Danakil Depression doing its thing. Moving north, we see the other few plumes here. Those are oil refineries in Kuwait, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and of course Lebanon, and even over here in Egypt and Turkey, Malatya area, those places. But they're starting to get cleaner air over there, which is good. And Piggy's place there, she's got 5.5. That's not so bad. It could be better, but I'm glad it is better than what we had there before. And looking at Mount Etna, this is Sicily, of course, and Mount Etna right here. And we see that plume heading up and going all the way across Albania and Kosovo and heading northward. Not seeing too much coming from Stromboli, but it does have its own plume. So that is very noticeable there. Northern Africa looking pretty pristine. Canaries look not so bad. We may have some SO2 coming up from the Azores here, not sure. And the rest of Europe, well, Spain, Portugal, and part of France, part of Germany are looking absolutely clear. The other areas here we have in Belgium, east or western Germany, and parts of Holland, pretty, I guess we'll call it moderate levels, low to moderate. And then same thing goes for a little further east here when we see Hungary, Slovakia, Poland, and even over here to Lithuania, Latvia, and into Russia, Belarus, and those areas. They've got some reasonable amounts. I'm going to go watch the Starlink launch. Have a great rest of the show. No problem there. Mars, enjoy that blast off, and let's leave the SO2 here. We're not doing too bad in Iceland, and that big high that's sitting right in here, fortunately, is going to keep it clear for us for a few days, and I'm hoping that we're going to see an eruption happening. So we'll keep an eye on that. Anyway, I didn't want to spend too much time on that. Let's leave it there. We're going over to Ventusky or Ventusky, and we are going to look at storms really quickly. And we see a bunch of lows here and some smaller ones off the west coast of North America. Big high sitting here, driving the warm temps for Hawaii, as well as pushing the warmer temperatures up, and that is getting into the Aleutian Islands a little bit here. So that is pretty cool, or warm. And the cold here in Canada starting to move further north. Gotta love it. And not so bad in the U.S. either. Eastern Canada still suffering with some minus 20, almost minus 30-degree temperatures in some places. Newfoundland and Nova Scotia not so bad. Halifax coming in about -2. Cole Harbour probably about -3. Oh, okay. You almost had a warm -2 there, Sue. Almost. And then we'll leave that there. I'm not going to worry about that so much. Hotspots, looking at 29, 30 degrees there in Texas, and that kind of thing. 30, 31s there in northern Mexico. The other areas here, 35s. We see 35s in Mexico. It's pretty warm. Considering it's already late in the evening, it's still quite warm there. Not that bad for the other areas. Central America, pretty good. Not quite as hot there in Colombia. It looks a little warmer over in Venezuela here, and with a 32 still. That is quite warm. And going down, not seeing so much warmth down here anymore. We see a cold, this high has brought the cold in to Argentina. We see about 23 degrees in Rio de Janeiro. That's not bad. And we see about 16 there in Buenos Aires. Paysandu coming in about 13. A little bit of a cold snap for those guys. Over to New Zealand real quick, and not that bad. Christchurch 17. Hastings coming in 18, 19. We see about 24 at Hamilton, 23 at Auckland. Off to Tasmania. Hobart coming in about 20 degrees. Not bad. Western coast about 18. Eastern coast up to 22, 24 up in the northeast corner. And that's about it there. Melbourne, Australia 21. Adelaide coming in at 25. Canberra sitting at 28. Sydney sitting at 26. And Brisbane coming in at 26 as well. Seeing stuff up to 38 degrees so far, and 39 now. Let's see if we can find a 40 or two in here. There's a 40, and yep, definitely 40 degrees. And I don't see anything higher than that anywhere on the planet. So let's leave our weather as that. We got 30 in Bangkok, 29 there in Jakarta, and Manila coming in at 32. Let's go hunting for cold temperatures real quick. Sue, if you got your cold temps, that'd be awesome. And I'm going to predict a minus 57. No, 67. 67 right there. 67. We're not really going to do the game. We're just going to do them. And I got minus 67. That is pretty cool. Warming up in Iceland because of not Iceland, because of that high, the two highs here actually. That is starting to pump warmer air up north here. And as you can see in the Davis Strait, so the western side of Greenland is really starting to warm up, and 40 degrees below zero up in the northern corners here, I betcha. But the same thing goes with Canada, some of that cold temp up there, and not that bad in Alaska, and looking at only minus 42 degrees there in Russia as the coldest point. So that's not so bad. The northern hemisphere is starting to warm up a little bit more. Southern hemisphere, yep, definitely starting to cool off, as we can see with the tides of change that we have there. All right, let's leave that be. I'm going to put that back on the earthquake map. We want to go back to this earthquake map for a minute. We are up to 454 quakes in the last 12 hours. A majority of them are sitting in this region, and that is a tremendous amount of earthquakes. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy is what it is. And let's put it back onto our multi-screen. There we go. We have Hawaii in the top left. We have Iceland in the top right. Bottom right is Icelandic earthquakes on the Reykjanes Peninsula right now. And of course, the archived video on the bottom left. Time for me to, it must be pole reversal. The pole reversal thing is going to happen eventually, but not while we're watching. Okay. And that's the way pole reversals are shy. They don't like audiences, not like other pole things. Okay, never mind. Bad humor. All right, that's it. Time to wrap up the stream for today, and I need to get some dinner. Just got home. Iceland is still rocking. Yes, Tom, we are up to 454 quakes, and that is pretty cool. And we're hoping that we see it migrate a little bit. I want to see some more shakers moving towards the Seneca Crater Row. I think that would be pretty awesome. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, yeah, for those people who weren't there earlier, this is the picture of the day. This was a Mexican hat I found at a location there, and I figured I'd be a smart guy and put it on, and I just thought I'd let you look at that real quick. So anyway, that is it for today. Thanks, Aunt Memo. That hat was actually for Henry, but that's all good. Let's not worry about that. We're going to get rid of that off of there. And you know who we haven't seen today? Our friend, him. Okay, never mind. We'll leave him be. He's going to rest now, too. He's going to make me dinner, right? And we'll see what happens. Hey, from the lounge, Billy Bob Joe, and be good and take care. Yeah, me? No, that wasn't Billy Bob Joe. You have 3 more hairs than that guy did. All right, it's time for me to wrap it up the rest of the way. So thanks, everyone. And of course, we're keeping our eyes on Iceland to see what is going to happen. And hopefully we'll see this migrate over a little bit to the northeast and see something popping. And just as I mentioned before, you know, it's old Newton's law. For every action, there is always a reaction. And obviously something has caused this swarm of quakes. And we look at those other quakes, the bigger ones up at Jan Mayen and all the way down through Iceland. Is it going to cause it to pop? Well, we don't know yet. It can, and that's something to consider. If you think, we have something moving, if you get a sizable quake on, say, the line where the dike is, and it shifts the plate boundaries, it could affect what we see as far as our future earthquake in that region. Anyway, I'm going to wrap it up as I said. So thank you, everyone. Thanks to Egan for gifting that one membership earlier. Appreciate that. And thank you for that support. Also, big thank you to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Tango Mango 99 and a C&D boy who I didn't see today yet. He might be asleep, and of course Yvonne Kunkel, who was in earlier as thank you to Sigi and Gura and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Joseph Fields, Texas, amongst other moderators. Thank you guys. I appreciate your help, and I thank all of you for being here today. And before you go, if you haven't popped that like button, please give it a quick shot and help us out that way. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, if you're lurking, peeking in from the outside, consider subscribing. And of course, you must be subscribed to or join YouTube first and get your name and channel kind of thing. And then you can turn around and subscribe to us. 20 minutes later, you can go chat in the chat box. So, all good. So yeah, thanks everyone. I appreciate all of you being here. Have yourselves a wonderful evening or night or a morning or day, depending on where you are on the planet. And most of all, I always end the stream with the same thing. And I know it may bug some people, but I sincerely mean this. Please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Take care, a good night, and oink oink.